At CAD4ALL, we teach graphics and communication. Amongst the students, this is quite an exciting module. This module also encourages students to use different media to express the projects which they develop. This often ranges from hand-drawn to digital graphics. Another key aspect is for students to engage with scale, which we often pair up with model building. It is a craft on its own, and it's a good way to derive a physical product for further demonstration.
One of the biggest features of the School of Architecture is that through our active industry engagement, students are exposed to professionals across the built environment disciplines. This gives our students an edge in the market, as our programs offer them with the necessary technical and professional skill sets that will enable them to flourish in the working environment.
The PG Bison Education Initiative is currently in its 28th year and was created to recognize future interior and architectural designers in the South African design industry. We are proud of our learners' achievements in reaching the top 10 finals in the PG Bison competition in 2019 and 2020.
So if you think about architectural technology awards you the designation of an architectural technologist. There are 9 categories of designation. So in the designation of categories, we have architectural draftspersons. That's the first. The second is an architectural technologist. The third is senior architectural technologist. And the last is architect. The qualifications that you need to achieve the designation for each of these categories. The first one for a draftsperson would be a national certificate in architectural technology. If you're looking at a technologist, you need to get a diploma. Also, a degree equates to someone becoming a technologist. If you're looking at an advanced diploma or an honors level qualification, you would then become a senior technologist. And if you do have a master's, you will then be an architect. And that's how the qualifications generally marry along to the designations or the titles. I hope this made some sense to you and was informative. And we'll talk a bit more about architecture in the future.
We are looking to equip our students with a mindset to grapple with the social, environmental, economic, and technological challenges which lie ahead. We take students through the process, from knowing little to nothing about the field, to being able to demonstrate the ability to engage with high-level technical and abstract concepts. Architecture has been viewed throughout the ages as milestones of a generation. That is why we do not only look to creating a new reality for students through our academic offerings, but rather creating an environment which allows the students to build a future for us all. It is for you, for me, for us all. Who are we? We are CAD4ALL.
Lovely to be here this morning. We currently here at Expo, which is one of our flagship schools for technical education. With COVID in mind, the fact that we can't have face-to-face training, we thought to contact CAD4ALL as a partner for WCD in order to do training online. Not that we can't have it face-to-face, because if you're distancing and you don't have a lot of either teachers or learners in a room, it can happen. And I'm glad that we could sign a memo of agreement between WCD and CAD4ALL. And I know for a fact that it will be a long-lasting partnership.
Yeah, well, I think we were very, very grateful for the opportunity to get CAD4ALL on board. I think we've always had challenges in the past wanting to do more of CAD, but having certain obstacles to be able to do that. So yeah, this has made that much easier, especially that the course is able to be done online. We don't, staff and learners don't need to necessarily come in and sit down for hours and hours on end. They can do it at their own time.
We just completed our second session, our first online. Last week we had a contact session. And the feedback I'm getting from all the teachers is very positive. They're like students again. Look, we do struggle, but we need to adapt. And we're doing it for our children because they need AutoCAD for the future. But in a nutshell, the experience and the feedback I'm getting, the learner management system, the online support that the teachers is getting, it's just all compliments from them. So yes, we're enjoying it, struggling a bit with some of the questions and tests that we haven't done in a few decades, but we're getting there because we need to do this for the children.
I found it very good. It made my life incredibly efficient, and it was a lot faster than doing instrument drawings. I really enjoyed it. Once you get to learn how to use like commands and stuff, it made life a lot easier than going to your taskbar and working that way. And then I even went online and found videos to improve my ability when I was using it.
At CAD4ALL, we have a Student Representative Council. We are the group that will be representing you if you have any problems or voicing your voice and your complaints to the lecturers and also to other students. We make sure that the student life keeps on going within the campus. Amber van der Westhuizen is the president of the council. Gerzaan Swarts is the vice president of the council itself. Other members of the council are Elismarie, Eunice, Minion, Paul Fransman, Matthew, Shati, Iman, Marnay, and Mercedes. We stretch out throughout the whole campus, including online and Claremont. The students from the online and Claremont campuses join via online to Tiger Valley, where we will conduct our meetings every Monday morning.
Bloody Samaritan, protect my energy from your bad aura. Now my boss will say I'll be my healer, everything.
Within our campus, we have student fun days.
You gotta be careful with a dynamite stick. Shotgun, she's fun to handle. She packs a punch like a Roman candle. She's a pack of black cats in a red paper wrapper. My little darling looking firecracker. Might not ought to take a roll in the hay, 'cause we burn the barn down one of these days. We're a match made in heaven and you
Sweden! Sweden is not in Africa! Put your head on my shoulder.
Hey. What's up, man? What's your problem, huh?
What are those?
What are those?
Go, 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 yo, go, go, go.
We have set a system with houses within our campus that depend on who wins and who loses. With this, we build points that the campus students can buy things with, like say extension for days on their work, or even for extra marks, like an extra 5%, because you never know when you need it. These days are set up so that students can feel home, so that students can feel that they have a family within the campus. This is to bring students closer together and also to make sure that a student life can be generated throughout campus. We have set these days in place so that students can build a relationship with each other so that they know if they are struggling academically that we can help each other even on the hard days. These are the fun days, and we are here to build each other up and have fun. We always work in conjunction with our lecturers to make sure that they know what our events are. These events are laid out by the lecturers and approved by them if we can get a day where we can just have fun and relax. These days are set out so that we can learn to know each other better. We try and encourage students to always join in on the fun days. These are the days that you won't forget from campus. Sometimes you would forget your academic days, not advised, but always remember the fun days are the memories you make with your peers, and one day you won't ever forget that. Good day, everyone, and this is how I will be explaining the work environment around CAD4ALL during a week simulation to give students a process over into the working environment from campus life. Students were given a day of work where they would start at 8 a.m. and ended at 4 p.m. During the day, they would be given an hour break as a lunch break. Students in this time would do different projects throughout the day to complete. When completed, the projects would be looked up and would be managed by the lecturers themselves. Workstations were set up throughout the campus by lecturers to simulate the working environment outside of campus. Students are hereby prepared for the working life outside of campus, but working with people they don't usually particularly work with, but they now work together as teams to create and finish certain projects by the end of the day. Students were also given the opportunity to rework some of the projects that had been given to them throughout the year. These projects were not only the main focus, but they would also be working on new projects that was given to them throughout the week. Students working on these projects have now found new elements that they can better their work on, and also by using the new projects as a guideline to better their work throughout the year and when they go into the working environment. During this time, different projects would be thrown to students by doing details to doing plans to doing different types of drawings throughout the week. This is to give them a sense of an idea of what it is to work in industry and not just working on one project and expecting just to do that specific project itself. A lot of students have given the insight that this week of projects have given them the sense of feel to work in industry. And some of them have actually gotten the opportunities to work at companies today. These are experiences that won't be built always. And this is the opportunities that CAD4ALL are willing to give the students that are coming in every year. The campus also does an orientation week where they give all students a sense of working together as a group. All students are divided in between all classes right across the campus. These projects are given to the students to see if they can work together with each other without any hiccups or even doing teamwork, as when you go into industry, you would never know with who you are supposed to work. Also, when students are working together, we try and encourage them to learn from each other and not just to do all the work by themselves, but to learn each and every student in the campus what to do and how to do things. Maybe learn them a new skill or learn from each other of new things.
Whoa! Put out of the way.
You guys see my days over because of me now.
All right, so everybody joining us online, good and welcome to the third and final day of CAD4ALL's Architecture and Design Build Expo in celebration of CAD4ALL's 14th birthday and in partnership with our key industry partners, including Leica Geosystems, the NHBRC, Cybid, Ashway Investment, eCloud Construction, Emran Holdings, Netrim Technologies, and Nikon South Africa. So if you have not been able to join us over the last 2 days, today is your final chance to join. We've got talks starting at 10 o'clock. First of all, CAD4ALL's academic pathway. Then we've got the guys from eCloud Construction Network giving us a little bit of an introduction to their services. we have the president of Cybit giving us part 2 of his CPD talk. And then we will have another presentation from the lovely ladies from Emran showing us how exactly 3D filament is produced in their warehouse. So please, if you are in the area, join us, get your families to come out and join us. If not, you can always join us online. Once again, the whole day will be streamed online. And if you are here, we look forward to seeing you. If you cannot make it this time, there's always going to be open days in the next week or two as well. But if you are in the area, join us for a nice, fun day here at CAD4ALL. Thank you.
Hi. Oh, nice. That is amazing.
That's me.
Okay. Look at us.
I'll show you slow.
All right, everybody. Welcome to the first talk of the day. To everybody joining us here, you all know who this person is that I'm going to introduce. This is, of course, Akil, our program coordinator here at CAD4ALL. For everybody joining online, Akil is going to take us through our academic pathway at CAD4ALL. So where we currently are at CAD4ALL, as well as our migration into our new qualifications starting in 2022. So pay attention, because this definitely applies to you guys as you're sitting here in front of us, because this applies to your future at CAD4ALL. So, Akil, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Woodward. I see familiar faces today, and there's some invisible faces as well online, and there's faces I don't know as well. Good morning. It's nice to have you all here on a Saturday. Sucks to be you. But today I'm going to be discussing some relatively important information with you all. I joined CAD4ALL in 2020, and I joined CAD4ALL because they had a vision and they had direction as to where they thought this campus should go. At the time, CAD4ALL was on what you might know as the CETA band. The CETA band, the Construction Education Training Authority, was created after or post-apartheid in our earlier stages of democracy to assist the nation in rebuilding itself. Architecture happened to be one of the qualifications under that designation. CAD4ALL had subsequently seen that CETA had its own limitations, and we decided to expand in a direction that was more beneficial to us. And that was when I was brought on the team. Today I'm going to tell you what we started 3 years ago. So the presentation and its academic pathway, as you can see. You can see this presentation, as with my lectures, is generally broken up into 2 parts. The first one talks about this year and what we've done this year, because this year is a little bit of a test run. A test run for what the years are to come. It's very tiny on the screen. You can't read it if you are here in the session, but it talks about the state of the profession currently. And then it talks about technology as a tool for transformation. Now, the second part is going to talk about 2022 and beyond. And that's where all the students here particularly concerns you. So let's start with this part first. As you can see, we happen to be on the African continent, if you didn't know. And one of the misconceptions is that Africa as a continent is actually relatively small, which we kind of debunked in our history. And the other misconceptions is that it's a country that's struggling economically. Now, you can say this is attributed to colonization. We can say that we've been deprived of our resources. But the onus is also on every single person that resides in the continent who can claim that they are African by means of demographics being on the continent itself. It's each one of our responsibilities to make sure that we move this entire continent forward, irrespective of where you come from. The onus of individual responsibility is on all of us. And all the men and all the women and everyone that is attending needs to know that in your own life, the capacity is on you to make a change that is effective and meaningful. You cannot have change without your own will driving that. And so what is predicted for the African continent? As you would know, there's a couple billion of us here, or maybe it's about 1 billion. That means there's a capacity for 1 billion agents to make a change. And as you might know, 1 billion times all the business opportunities means that there's great potential for us to succeed economically. We are sitting at a period in time where many other nations were before us. And that's a time of prime opportunity. One of the greatest expansions in the world can take place on the African continent because we are at a time where technology is merged with the intersection of thought and discourse. And we can push it further than any nation has gone before. We are at a prime opportunity to do that. And that's the premise on which we are here at CAD4ALL. So in 2020, when I joined, I had started a research initiative division here at CAD4ALL. We call it C4X. And what we've done is jointly with students partner towards creating a new vision for what architecture should be. Unfortunately, it seems as though from the 70s onwards, architecture has died a very sad death, where people who understood architecture to be the work of a master craftsman, that ideology had somewhat faded. What had actually happened was that we divorced architecture from the sciences and primarily made it seen as an arts and science base, as I mentioned in many of my lectures. I feel, in my personal opinion, this was not a very smart or very good view to have for the future. It did solve the problems in the 70s and 80s, and it did humanize what modernism had brought. But instead, what it had done was reduced our capacity to be respected as professionals in society. And I don't believe that it was beneficial to you standing here today, because economically, architecture as a profession is disregarded and not seen on par with the rest of the professions, maybe like law, chartered accounting, and engineering. If you look at our earnings, it's significantly less. And I believe that this is an opportunity for reinvention. In architecture, we study reinvention quite a bit. We study how people have reinterpreted societies to make it something more for the period in time. The zeitgeist, the spirit of our times. The spirit of your time is greatly in technology. And each of the students listening here know that technology in our lives are interwoven. And that's one of the premise we based C4X on. Trying to imagine what a new architecture could be, what a new architectural education could be. And so this year, in 2022, we ran some experiments on the students' work. You can see that it was centered around a digital narrative. The 4 things we based it on as part of our curriculum was data-driven design, UX design or user experience design, computational design, or at least computational thinking. Some of you haven't practiced that yet. And data visualization. These 4 things I found to be quite useful in the data science realms, in the computer science realms. And when these converged, you have apps like Airbnb and Uber and the rest of these fantastic unicorns that are circling the world. Architecture needs to stop being confined to the physical space. Architecture needs to exist in the digital as well. You might know, if you realize, amongst the highest earning professions in the world, computer science is one of them, apart from the traditional accounting and maybe medicine. If we as students are able to reimagine architecture to marry technology and architecture together, if they unite in this marriage, there's a great possibility that the architectural profession will be one of the most sought after professions in the world, putting us high on the rankings of not just high earners, but also high impact achievers. What is impact? It means making a meaningful change in somebody's life. Providing shelter over somebody's head is meaningful, especially if they've never had it before. And then to also economically empower such a person through the ability in their house to be able to practice work, to be able to earn an income is just as good. And so we are trying to imagine an architecture that's married the physical and the digital world together, and potentially, in the very near future, the biological world, buildings that are alive, if you could call it sentient. And so if you have a just look at some of the images here, on the top left corner, we have wireframing. Wireframing is an approach towards creating user experiences. You know, if you go into your phone and you open an app, and as you move through each of the apps, you see that there's different layouts. You home button, next, even on your phone, clicking the home, dial somebody, search for a contact. That's a user experience. It's part of user experience design. It's actually the marriage between programming and graphic design. It's probably the best way I can explain it to you, with psychology involved. On the top left corner, wireframing has been integrated into our students' curriculum to ensure that they begin to get exposed to user experience design. By the way, if you look at user experience design in the world, it's generally amongst the creative careers, one of the higher earning ones. So we're introducing students to these concepts. If you look on the right-hand side, next to that, there's a student that's there in the digital world. That's an avatar of her. And below that is an NFT. We're exposing our students to the technologies they need to know because they should be in charge of creating technologies that are going to benefit them. The person or the girl you see there is in the metaverse, and it's very likely in the next few years' time, the architects of today will be designing not just buildings, but the metaverse and everything in between as well. I believe that is an excellent economic opportunity should you pursue it. Moving below to the left, where you can see the pot plant, moving to the right. Our CAD1 students, or what you could say a bridging year, an entire year preparing you to get into architecture with the skill sets that you need. They were required, all of them, to start a business, one that works, that makes a profit. It's not a business plan or an idea that's airy-fairy, a real tangible one to show students that they could produce an income in a relatively short period of time. 2 weeks it was, and they were required, whether they made a profit or a loss, just to have this business anyway. About a handful of students in the class found it to be successful and continued with those businesses, from selling rooibos tea to horses, to being able to create a design for an anime character, to being able to produce artwork onto crates, and some of them to even have digital outlets and online businesses with e-commerce. Many of them have some other alternate form of income as opposed to their parents or the income that's primarily from their job. They were then required and were shown, but mostly self-determined learning,
They were shown how to program. They then learned a little bit of code, basic code, and were then required to find it on their own how to get this code from the data that they achieved and produce results that are visualized, the graph that you can see in the green slide or the green image. So students were introduced to this concept of coding, and I'll explain to you why this fits into the larger scheme of architecture. And they all should leave by the end of this year with two really important things. A sense that a business is not a major thing that you need to do. It's not impossible to do, and it can be done in a relatively short amount of time. That you are a financial entity that can earn money for yourself, and you don't need to be reliant. You need to be independent, self-reliant, and resilient in an economy that is extremely tough and difficult to thrive in. Students leave knowing this and having this comfortably within themselves. And secondly, a skill that is probably the most sought after and in-demand skill in the 21st century, the ability to code or program. Now, looking at the bottom left corner, you'll see the actual programming languages used there. We're using Python, but there will be a series of other languages students will be exposed to as well. And moving towards the right-hand side, you see iterations coming from computational thinking or computational design. In the architectural world, computational design doesn't mean using a computer. We've been computationally designing for a long time. We've just done it manually, not physically. Oh, sorry, not digitally. What we're doing now, and the best way I can explain to you, is as you might know the theory of evolution, and whether you agree with it or not is not what I'm debating now. I'm talking about, as you might know, that things have evolved or developed over time. So do your designs. If you look at any student's design, there's never one time they drew on a piece of paper and that was the final result, ever. That's almost virtually impossible because we are human. By nature, we err. And so iteratively, which is also a word that appears in computer science and a number of places, they've gradually developed designs building on the mistakes they made last. So they have several iterations or several different versions, which then result in a final one. But if you looked at the iterations and you follow them step by step through, you'll notice there's a logic, there's a way of thinking. Computational design is able to take that way of thinking and insert it into an algorithm, a program, a series of steps. And that's what we're doing in computational thinking. Trying to logically create an algorithm for the designs you produce so that you don't spend 10 years designing anymore. You could actually produce results in less than a minute of all the things you could have. And now the job of the architect would be to decide, to evaluate, to determine which is the best option. Discernment is the word I'm using. And over and above that, we then realized, you know what, with technology, as it's moving really fast, it would be really, really silly of us to not take into account those technologies. Artificial intelligence, if we could automatically determine those algorithms we're using, and we can teach a computer to do that by itself, a computer could generate architecture for us. That means you'll be jobless very soon, all of the students here. So instead of fighting the system, why don't we go with it? Huh? As some people would say, if you can't beat them, join them. Right? Why don't you learn to program and then begin to understand how to create artificial intelligence forms and use that to assess the variety of options that the computer gives us. And then with your knowledge that you have now grounded yourself in architecture, decide which is the best option to take. You all know that Midjourney, DALL-E, Apple Gaudi, Google's Imagine have come across. Subsequent to us having these lectures and explaining this to you guys, there's been now AI videos generated, an entire video with the real life forms generated by these same companies. It's no longer just in the image space now. They are making videos that are AI generated. And so from the time we did this to now, there's been even more massive growth. Facebook, or Meta as they call it, has recently come up with avatars that scan your entire face and your body and now produce you in the metaverse. It's you, looking like you in the metaverse, as real as you can be. It's a digital clone of yourself. And that's some crazy stuff, but I don't believe it's a case for fear. It's why when I started this, I said it's technology as a tool for transformation. Transformation means many things. It means including people that were previously excluded, but it also means changing the field to be more sustainable. And sustainability isn't a green thing. Sustainable means, will you have a job in the next 5 years' time? Heck, in the next 1 year's time. And that's what we're getting our students to do. Be prepared for an economy that's failing itself. Perhaps that's a very harsh claim to make, but I think that students need to, in themselves, see that they are active contributors to the economy. And this might be one of my more boring lectures, as I can see some of you falling asleep. But I'm talking sensible things, things that actually affect you and your livelihoods. It's no joke when you get retrenched and you don't know where your next salary is coming from. And it's very difficult when you have no more clients and you're running your own business. We're trying to show our students a skill set that diversifies them over and above what it means to be a traditional architect. You need to be self-sufficient. Now, these images you see on the screen have been generated in less than a minute with only a few keywords. Some of the keywords is Parliament Building South Africa, greenery, sustainable. Others is abstract artwork. Another one is people lost in a jungle. A couple of others is random planets. I just typed in a few words, and in less than a minute, 4 images were generated that do not exist in the world. Because with artificial intelligence, the data sets or the amount of data is so high. When you combine a certain number of them, they produce a unique result. It's very simple. It's like your mom and your dad got together and had you. You're unique. It's the same thing with AI. It's these data sets marrying, conceiving new ideas that never existed before. And so you could potentially argue, well, is this original? Could be seen, because it's what we do as well. We create based on what we know. So we're trying to expose our students to have the attitude, instead of fearing the technology or going against it, use it as a tool to enhance yourself, to better yourself. And we don't shy away from the architectural design either. In fact, we integrate all of it. Students this year in the first year architecture studio, which I run, was required to design an immersive conservation center for the Dani Ace, or Jack Muller Dani Ace Park, not too far from here. And they were required to integrate some of these technologies into the structures they were designing. But it's not that this is a technocentric architecture completely. Remember, architecture has got to have its roots coming from where it is. What is architecture? Architecture as the human manifestation of ritual. We need to take our 100 or 200 years that we've learned about what architecture is, and say 10,000 years of history, and you can't throw all of that away. That forms the fundamental basis of what architecture is. All we are doing now is using technology to augment that, to supplement that, to make it more. That's all we're doing. We're not saying, oh my God, the computer's creating stuff for us. If you don't believe in God, oh my goodness. Okay? You're not saying that. We're saying, take the knowledge you have and push it to the limits that it can with the technology that we have available to us. That's what we're doing, because that's what will make you valuable. If you look at the markets and the industries, what makes you valuable is your ability to use technology to solve a world problem. Technology doesn't mean the digital world either. Technology could be anything. It's anything that can solve a problem. And that's what we're trying to show students to do here. If you have a look at these are presentations from some online students, as well as on-site students. Well, actually, I think all 3 of these are online students. And we're going to get to some of our student life now. Now, as part of this experiment that we're running here at CAD4ALL, if you could call it that, experimental architecture education, all students at the beginning of the year, the entire campus had a vertical studio. Vertical studio is where students of all different years work together to create something. And now what you can see here is one of those, the apps. And students had to create an app for CAD4ALL. And as part of our plan, we had gotten our students, for those of you who are here physically and you were walking around, you would have seen a model of this actual building. That was the first part of a 3-phase plan. For those of you next year, you'll find out what's the next phase of the plan. But the first part of the plan was that students had to go around and model up this building. And then they had to go and circulate the area to find what is useful for a student. What is useful for a student that is going to be helpful when they are here at CAD4ALL? Where can you get food? Where can I wash my clothes? When I'm sick, what do I do? If I want to go for a stroll with Bay, where can we go? Right? So we try to get students to map these things out so that they would help the generation coming after them. And you'll see one of the things that's really core here at CAD4ALL is building community, and I'm going to get to it just now. But you have to send forth for those coming after you. With parents who have children, they create stuff to send through for their kids. You must have something that your hands put forth. Otherwise, you are disabling an entire community coming after you. And so the guys who did the groundwork last year, this year, all everyone had to do was figure out a way to take their data and make it digital. And so which they made a CAD4ALL Survival Guide app, which is going to be an app for all the students who are coming next year that will download it, that will be able to figure out How can we survive at CAD4ALL? And here's some of our very, very excited students from our ND here. Okay? Site visits. It's part of the idea of community I was talking to you about. There's physical and digital sites we go to. What's key is that we go to them together. Because in going to them together, we begin to understand different perceptions and different perspectives. But look at you, smiling at yourselves there, here in this room. So excited to see yourselves on the TV screen, YouTubed, hey, across the world. Hashtag that's you. Okay? So having a look here, we take our students to site. Because the physical world is just as important as the digital and vice versa. The digital world is just a social space that's a construct of our minds. But the physical world is where we're still bound. And so our final year students have gone. In fact, we've gone to a lot of sites this year across the campus, whether it was to a construction site or a site where we're going to potentially build a new structure. And again, congratulations to our Caesarstone finalists that were able to go to the Parliament buildings to visit it and then come up with designs that some of the most reputable architects around the country have selected to be among the finalists. And now we have you guys here too, experimenting with new technologies, like the holographic projection. Now, one of the things that's really important here is that education and technology should be accessible for all. This is not an elitist society we're creating. This is not exclusionary. Students were producing holograms based on a very primitive technology, if you could call it. It's basically just taking Pepper's ghost effect, 45-degree screens, projecting light to produce an image in a different plane or in a different area, or perceived to be a different area. And so this is now a replacement for models. And for the students coming to your final crits, instead of bringing physical models, you'll have one physical model, and the rest of the iterations you come up with will be projected through your holographic projectors. It saves material cost, it saves energy, it saves time, and allows me to see your designs at a much higher resolution than it was before. So these innovations we have been dealing with here, we planned these in 2020 to be running, hopefully, for as long as this campus is around, hopefully a very long and prosperous life. We also have our online vibes going on. And so we have students who might be based in our Claremont campus, but are going to be streaming in to chat to the lecturer that's in the Tiger Valley campus. We run all of our classes online simultaneously. And so if you can't physically make it, it's just as good if we have you online. Looks like one of our students here got the world in her hands. This is a holographic projection, by the way. We leave this on just a little longer to embarrass her a bit more. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Now, finally, we also, to ensure there's a bustling student life, have an SRC. Now, I think generally what happens when people think SRC, they think politics, and they think strikes. There's nothing wrong with strikes. It's a way of acting out free will. And there's nothing wrong with politics either. Where something goes wrong is when we go to extremes and you violate rights of others. The SRC is a platform for free speech, which we've established this year at CAD4ALL. It was established last year as well in its practice run, but this year has been formalized. And I'll explain to you why we also need to have this community going on. Our SRC presidents that have been nominated have been guiding the students towards voicing their opinions. As great as all the things I might have mentioned or you might perceive to be great, there has been mishaps and mistakes and things that have gone wrong. And the students need to realize they have the agency and the capability to put things that are wrong right. Every student and every person needs to know that you have a voice and you can be heard and that you have a right to be heard. And so that if something goes wrong and you're unhappy with your mark or an issue, or whatever the case is, you can dispute that in a legitimate, fair, just, unbiased manner. And that's what the SRC is standing for. It's not to fight. It's to develop what we might call a Socratic truth. It's where there's no right or wrong, but who is closer to the truth. And we'll only figure that out if the one who thinks they're right can argue with the one who thinks they're wrong or has been wronged. And then we get closer to figuring out what's the truth, and then we can make a decision based on the truth. And that's what we're doing with the SRC. The SRC is also ensuring that there's a collaboration between students to make sure there's a community that succeeds. Because remember, one of your greatest resources once you leave here is the network you formed. You will be going to each other for work or advice once you leave these doors. And we hope to have created a community for you to realize you have a network of people you can rely on. I'm going to give myself a 30-second break so that I can switch over to our website and now explain to you why did we do these things 3 years ago.
It was trying to embarrass you before we. Easy birthday. Wow, thank you. This gives this embarrassment. Yes.
Okay, that's my 30 seconds almost done. You can stretch yourselves, wake up a bit, drink some water, tell Bay you're not dead, you got here safely. Okay, so in summary of what we just discussed just now, I spoke about CAD4ALL and some of the experimentation we're running on redeveloping and redefining what is architecture and what is architectural education. The only reason we were able to do this is because we've had the support of CAD4ALL as an institute and its management and its academic team and everyone that's involved in the operational running of it. And secondly, the only reason we could also do this is because we're a private institution. We are able to push the boundaries without much policy or regulation. And so we're challenging what we think architecture could be. And if you look at some of the information you see on the site, you'll see why that's worked in our favor. Now you'll notice that CAD4ALL has programs that it offers currently, and all of them, or those who are here, we offer architecture technology, the NC, the National Certificate, and the National Diploma. The National Certificate's 1 year, National Diploma is 2 years, including a practical year. And in addition to that, we offer a CAD1 program, so anyone who's done Maths Lit has the opportunity to learn the maths that they might not have done in school that will allow them entry into our program. Because recall, at this moment in all public institutions, you have to have studied pure mathematics to get into architecture. We are creating a bridging course, or created a bridging course, if you would call it that, our CAD1 program to assist students. We also have a CAD2 program, which is like a continuation of our CAD1 program that assists students in some more technical skills when it comes to the mechanics and the civil areas of 3D modeling. But our long-term plan is to be based on two systems, a vocational one and a professional one. I'll explain to you what that means now. This is the website for SACAP, the South African Council for the Architectural Profession. They are the ones that regulate architectural education across the country. They validate a program, and listen to the words I'm mentioning, they validate a program and they accredit a site. At this moment in time, we are in the process of getting validated and accredited by them, but these can only happen in retrospect, meaning you can only be validated or accredited once the program has been completed. Our new qualifications that we've written at CAD4ALL, which are going to be aligned to the professional designation that SACAP has wanted, will be in offer as we are hoping to plan it in the 2023-2024 year. Our qualifications have been supported or endorsed by SACAP, meaning when we wrote them, we had to talk to SACAP about the qualifications and see if this is what SACAP was pleased with, if this is what they feel is going to benefit our students. And the programs that we've written are three. One is called the Integrated Diploma, or the Diploma in Integrated Architectural Technology, which is the diploma. Then it's the Integrated Architectural Technology Advanced Diploma, or the Advanced Diploma in Integrated Architectural Technology, what was used to be called a BTech back in the day. That is our NQF7, one of the things you've been seeing advertised quite a bit. That advanced diploma and that diploma program, the reason why it's integrated is because we're trying to integrate the fields of computer science, engineering, and architecture together, which is why we've been running the experiments this year. And so for the students who will be joining us next year, you'll have a more refined version of what was experienced this year. As this year was mentioned, it was an experiment run. It will be more formalized as of next year. Once we have received from the Council of Higher Education, which is the people that are in charge of all universities, public ones, once they've given us an approval on these qualifications we've written, we will then immediately commence with the programs, and SACAP will then come to check our work in retrospect to see what the students have produced and then give us validation and then accredit the learning site. It cannot happen. You cannot say, I'm now accredited, now we can offer the course. It doesn't work like that. Or I'm now validated, now I can offer the course. They have to check up your course. They'll give you what they might call a conditional validation. They say, conditionally, you can offer this and we'll check up in a short while's time. And so for our new qualifications, which have been sent to the Council of Higher Education, they are in the process very near completion to being approved. And so we're hoping in the 2023 and 2024 academic year, we'll be offering these qualifications so that our students can register with SACAP as senior architectural technologists, which is one step away from becoming an architect, or architectural technologists, which is 2 steps away from becoming an architect. A diploma gives you the designation architectural technologist, and an advanced diploma gives you the designation senior architectural technologist. So that's our professional designation. What we're going to be doing is also keeping our CETA qualifications so that someone who doesn't want to follow the professional designation pathway, they can do the CETA qualifications as a traditional architect. The traditional architectural degree, diploma that you have or certificate that you have will be traditional architecture. It's not going to involve programming. It's not going to involve all those weird and wonderful tech things that I spoke about. It's a traditional architect, or architectural designer is probably the best word to use. So if you don't really think that the future of architecture is about tech, that's cool. We'll offer you the program as well. If you have a look on our website, you'll see that we have our faculties. And in the faculties, you'll see there's a School of Architecture and Interior. And you'll also see that we have drafting and design. The vocational or the CETA certificates will fall under drafting, and the professional designations will fall under the architecture and interior. The final qualification I'm going to mention to you that also has these real weird and wonderful tech things is the diploma in interior architecture or interior architectural design. That's also going to be these weird and wonderful tech things, but in an interior space. And it's going to show you potentially how can an interior be hooked up, connected to the Internet of Things, a surface that you can touch that it can respond to, or a wall that responds to your emotions based on the colors. It's those kind of technologies that we think will push the field further. And it is our job and the students' job at CAD4ALL to take this into the future and to change the field. Now, this is perhaps directed to the students that are here already in my final address to you all. It is your responsibility to push this field forward. Remember that if you want an economically prosperous and a meaningful career, then merge the worlds of technology and architecture together. You will find meaning in architecture and you'll find economic prosperity in the tech side. If you listen and you take into account all that we've been doing this year and you actually apply it to yourselves, you will find yourself in a fulfilled career. But it's not going to be easy because there's a lot of the world that doesn't think architecture should be this. Why? Because it's very hard sometimes to let go of what you thought once was. You know, when you're leaving that X-bay, it's a bit hard, hey? And so many people are married to this idea of what architecture is. I think it's time that we reinvent it. And the first place that you started doing this was here at CAD4ALL. I wish you all the best. Thank you very much, everyone, for listening to me today.
All right, thank you very much, Akil. If there are any questions for Akil, please feel free. He is on the floor in the exhibition space if you have any questions for him. I'm going to ask that you just stay seated. I'm going to introduce the next speaker in the next 2 minutes. I'm just going to get them in here. So they are the guys from eCloud Construction Network. So they're going to explain to you a bit more about the CPD network and what it means for you as architects and engineers and designers going out there into the industry. So let's just give them a few minutes to get in here and then we'll get started.
Very good question. If you had to ask its ability to make something from nothing, or even
I think.
I think I'm too small for this.
Yeah. This one, 100%.
All right, guys. So next up, we have contracts on demand. So there's two gentlemen going to be speaking to you. First off, we have Tinus next to me, and then his colleague Chart will be joining him. So just to give you a bit of background on Tinus and Chart. So Tinus obtained a bachelor's degree, BCom Business and Marketing Management at IMM, and is currently working as a marketing and sales manager at Contracts on Demand Pty Limited. And Chart, he's a partner and training manager there at eCard, and he has an extensive knowledge in systems development and management for the construction industry. So they're both going to be presenting to you. First off, Tinus is going to be presenting, and then after that, Chart will be showing you a bit more about their network as well. Tinus, thank you.
Thank you. Good day to you all. I just want to thank CAD4ALL, Ryan, Jody, Gary, all of you for giving us the opportunity to talk to you here today about our company. As Ryan has mentioned, I'm the marketing and sales manager of Contracts on Demand. I've been with the company now for about 4 years. And so Contracts on Demand, our company, serves the building and construction industry via the eCloud Construction Network. What is this? The eCloud Construction Network is basically like the Instagram or YouTube for the building and construction industry. What you can see here is a depiction of the eCloud Construction Network. The eCloud Construction Network is made up of 4 services: the Document Access Service, CPD on Demand, Software as a Service, and Advertising and Promotion. So for any of these services, you or your company can create your own channel and provide your own content via each of these channels. Take, for example, your favorite YouTuber. He or she has his or her own channel on YouTube, whereby he or she features their videos for you as a user to watch. In the same way, you can create your own channel and place your content for sale. This is where the difference a bit to YouTube. All channels on the network is monetized. So what we do is all the sales come to us, Contracts on Demand, and we pay you out on a monthly basis. Okay, and once your channel has reached a defined number of sales, we will then also sell advertising and promotion on your channel as a further or additional source of income for your company. Okay, sorry. Okay, here you can see a few examples of the channels that are currently on the Document Access Service. You can see the eProxa, Proxa, JBCC, CISA, and eSafety has their own channels on the Document Access Service, whereby, for example, the JBCC sell their contracts in digital format to the industry. And same with Proxa, they sell professional services agreements, and it's the same with the Consulting Engineers of South Africa. Okay. CPD on Demand, that is one of our training services, which is an online CPD service that enables professionals like architects, engineers, etc., to obtain their CPD, the continuous professional development points, in their own time. At the moment, we have a service for the architects that we run in conjunction with the South African Institute of Architects. We have the ACPM that we run the CPD on Demand service with for the construction project managers, and also for CISA for the consulting engineers. My colleague Chart will also go more into detail and explain this to you, as you as a student will also be able to benefit from the content that is available on the channels of each of these services. Okay, and in the Software as a Service, we've got companies, these are the current companies that have the software in the channels. So under the Software as a Service channel, you can upload your applications, like online applications or downloaded applications, for our network users to access and to use. And what you can see here are the advertisers that are currently advertising on the network. For example, ADA Consulting Engineers, MMPA Quantity Surveyors, etc., etc. Okay, so what is unique about the eCloud Construction Network? So what we are doing is we're bringing multiple services to one platform on the network. So there's multiple services, which enables users to increase their productivity. You can go in and use it. And for example, if you are using the JBCC contracts, you as a user can access the documents from Cape Town, and your fellow colleague can also access the contract and fill it in online from Johannesburg, wherever. And you can then also sign the agreement in one go. You don't need to send it via courier or whatever to get signed. Okay, so what this network also does, it enables collaboration between the voluntary associations or institutes, companies or content providers, and our network users. So we bring all these parties to one network and to provide their services all online on one platform. Okay, this you can see here is the JBCC's channel on the document access service, whereby our network users and also the industry accesses the JBC and purchases the JBCC documents, and also they can, as I've explained, they can also then fill in the documents online, etc., etc. Okay, here is one of our one of the advertisements that for the MMPA quantity surveyors in one of the JBCC contract documents. What the beauty of our online products that you can see here, we call this A4 advertisement, an interactive A4 promotion page. That's the name that we've given to it. What makes it so unique is that the users of the contracts documents that are normally decision makers of companies, like for instance directors of that are architects, engineers, etc. They use these documents. So this is good exposure for a company like the MMPA quantity surveyors. Our users then can access their website via the graphic that you can see here, because all these documents are obviously online, and they can also via the buttons. You cannot see them clearly on the screen now, but there are SMS and email buttons that enables our users to send them a SMS or an email directly from the A4 advertisement, and then also they can link, our users can link through to their social media pages via the icons in the corner that you see there. Okay, here's just one of our other advertising products. This is within the JBCC document access service channel. It also is interactive, like the previous A4 advertisement that I showed to you. And if you want more information, this is probably a mouthful, but please go to our website at www.ecloud.coza, and you can then there find our contact details. You can contact our help desk. They will also assist you in using the platforms and systems on the eCloud construction network. And if you want to learn more about the services that are available on the eCloud construction network, like the document access service, CPD on demand, you can go and register for the tutorials that are available on our eCloud construction webinar calendar. You will see that on the website. Please go and register for those so you can learn more about that. And then also please go and follow us. We are also on Facebook, LinkedIn, and YouTube. If you can go and follow us on those social media sites to stay informed on what is happening on the eCloud construction network. So I thank you very much, and I'm going now to hand over to my colleague, Chad Kruger.
Okay, thank you. I think I've met all of you more or less, or I've seen you around. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on what we are doing here. Tinus did tell you quite a bit about our services. I'm just going to concentrate on the training division, and that's where you guys will benefit more. CPD on demand service, as Tina said, this is where you guys can benefit, and we also will get CAD4ALL as part of this service quite soon. We have meetings set up for next week, and so we will walk some steps with you guys as well, and we're looking forward to being of service to you in your careers moving forward as well. We did talk about being relevant yesterday, and this is where you will find the tools and the content to stay relevant. As architects or architects to be, we deal with the South African Institute of Architects with their channel, and we update that constantly. Tinus did explain the services, architects, engineering consultants, and project managers. We are busy with discussions with the quantity surveyors, getting the council involved as well. So hopefully that will come in soon. On the system, you will see we call them study aids, the content. You will have a CPD certificate that will be in a personal folder. So basically, you create a folder in your profile, allocate study aids against that profile, and then once you have completed a quiz successfully, then you get a CPD certificate. Some benefits, it's just a range of content that's available. It's a greater choice, access to multiple content providers. So that is all available to you. I'm not going to go, okay, category 1. You all know category 1 at this stage. You don't really deal with CPD, but moving forward, as soon as you start to practice, then you will have to keep up to date with your category 1 and category 3. Category 3 is personal development, and category 1 is your day-to-day keeping up to date with what's happening in the industry. This is you can access the service through any of the council websites or one of our content providers' websites. This is just the homepage. When you get there, you can create a new account. If you have one already, you can just log in. There's some how-to videos, what the service is about, how to use it. You're all youngsters, so I don't think you will need that. But it's more for the not so literate computer users. So that is available as well. We also have a voucher service, a study aid voucher service, where when moving forward, your company can purchase these vouchers for you as employees, so that you don't have to buy them one by one. Okay, that is the only information we capture on the system, and that is only for your CPD certificate. You will need some personal information on this certificate, which will be part of the allocation with your council. Just a few options available. We have in category 1, we have the webinar delegates quizzes. So that is when we do a live webinar. When you attend, you write a quick quiz. It's 5 to 10 questions. Then you will access that there, and you will also then write the quiz, get the CPD certificate, and you're done. And then the other options available is publications with quizzes. Those are more publications in the industry that you can study, write through a quick quiz, and then all of that. PowerPoint presentations from previous webinars, you can study them. It's the same allocation CPD-wise as the actual live webinar or the video. So videos are available as well. That's just an example of the of your study aid folder. All the content you've purchased before, you always have access to them, so it's not that you have to buy them every time. And you can also access your CPD certificates from here. If you haven't passed it yet, it will say that's still outstanding. And when you have completed the certificate, it will be available here. Okay, that's just some examples of content providers' content. So that list grows constantly. This is a bit of an older one. So the list has been growing quite a bit. It is available on this system, and we will add some more CAD4ALL content here as well moving forward. Obviously, you can pay electronically or with a voucher. That is an example of the publications. It's an electronic flipbook, so you can just page through. We all know how to read documents online. So this is just an example of what will happen once you have completed the either the video or reading something or PowerPoint. Scroll down and you have access to that quiz on the system. Category 3, as I mentioned, category 3 is personal development. So of course there's no quiz necessary. You can read a book in your personal time and then just submit that to your council to say, I've spent 24 hours or 30 hours on this book, and they can allocate category 3 CPD to you. We also have some PowerPoints, technical papers on by universities mostly, and then other publications. So you can just have access to that. Example of content provider, AutoSpec. These are also manufacturers' technical data sheets. We are also planning to get some of the guys that's been of the exhibitors here this past few days to get their technical data sheets in here as well. Okay, that's just an example of what it looks like. These are all valid category 3 CPD allocations. CPD certificate and the study aid voucher. And then this is moving forward. If you ever want to become a content provider, you're more than welcome to contact us. And then webinars on demand is one of our other services where we run webinars. I don't think it's really applicable to you guys, but for example, Ryan can make use of that. Run webinars for the industry, and we can help facilitate that together with the quizzes and setting up speakers, etc. And then the valid CPD validation, we do all of that through the contacts that we have. And we have online booking system and facilitation, that's all there. And then we also can hand out vouchers, or your company can hand out vouchers to the staff, and then you can attend these webinars. There's some few benefits for the organizations, and that's it. Any questions from your side? All good. Yes.
I want to ask, who would actually benefit from this message, like specific companies or specific people that's maybe benefiting from the services that we might have?
Okay. Currently, study aid content providers are JBCC, PROXA, the councils themselves, or voluntary associations, ACPM, CISA, you will know CISA, the Consulting Engineers SIA, which is the South African Institute of Architects. Then we have other companies like Markitects, which is more training on how to sell yourself as an architect, how to close the deals. Tinus, I can't think so quickly. Who else is there? Yeah, I just can't think so quickly now. But yes, and of course, because it's their content, they for every sale on the system, they get paid for that content. Sure.
I was curious.
content providers can provide things for money.
Yes.
Is there currently a way for students to make money using those services?
Students, not really at this stage. If you can't validate CPD or the council can't validate um, your material, then you can't benefit at this stage. The way that you can benefit is to use the content there to educate yourself moving forward. Good, pleasure. Good, thank you. Thanks, Ryan.
Yeah. What I would like to show you guys, and thank you very much, Tinus and Chart, for your presentation, what is very important about what they have just presented to you. First of all, CAD4ALL is also working with contracts on demand and CPD and on eCloud, because we are getting our courses such as Revit and AutoCAD and all of that stuff. We are getting that content loaded onto their system so that those courses can be CPD validated. Why it is important for you sitting in front of me and everybody online as our students, why it is important that you get in contact with these guys. SACAP's website, who is required to undertake CPD? All persons who are registered in a professional registration category listed under section 18(1)(a) and C of the Act are required to undertake CPD in order to renew their registration. So once you are registered with SACAP, you need to attend these webinars, you need to attend these courses, because every one of them gives you a certain point allocation, and without those points, you cannot register for the next year with SACAP. So for instance, the president of Cyber, who's doing his talk, my talk that I did yesterday that I'm doing again today, my talk and his talk is validated by Cyber for CPD allocation. So all the architects and everybody who joined online yesterday to watch our presentation, they fill in a register, and that we send off again to the body, and they can claim the points under the category that has been listed to, so that they can put it towards their registration with SACAP. Okay, so go talk to those guys at the back if you have not spoken to them yet, and put your details down so that you know where to go when you are registered. All right, thank you very much, guys. We're going to have a quick break, and then we will have the president of Cyber doing his second presentation for the day. Thank you.
I'll meet you there. So it's fine if I bring your stuff and you want to go get your stuff.
question. It feels easy to ask a question when I sit in front. You are literally 2 steps It was sort of like because Finn and I were the last people. Cool. There's a spot. I'm good with me and I was like, yes, I'm not the top. I guess they are there. But I like this. En things se encargou, vai dar muito
All right, thank you very much, guys, for those joining online and for you here today with us again. So we have the second half of Mr. Makwakwa's presentation here. So the president of Cybid, he's going to take you through the rest. You know, you started yesterday with RDP housing, as well as a bit more about Cybid. So I'm not going to take too much of your time. I'm going to hand you over to the man himself. Thank you very much, President.
All right. Thanks, Ryan. Morning, everyone. And morning to everyone online. It's a bit weird these days talking to people you don't see, you know, it's something to get used to. But yeah, I'm glad you guys came back, and we're going to finish the presentation today. So yesterday we had a look at the reconstruction and development program. And I think the one thing to maybe just note there is that in my observation, the RDP is sort of like a precursor or a preamble, I could say, to the policy document that we're going to look at today, because it sort of lays out the philosophical undergirding of what the government wanted the professionals to do in the country in order to rebuild it and develop it. And so this was not just a call to the to professionals, but it was also a call to private sector, NGOs, and normal people, and all types of organizations. So in other words, I think what RDP was saying, we all have a part to play in the redevelopment of the country. And so they laid out the principles of how we could do this. And so those principles now inform or are further distilled into this policy document, which is a policy document on the statutory regulation of the built environment professions of 1999. And so in this policy document, what you find is that it doesn't only talk to the architectural professional, but it also talks to engineers, it talks to landscape architects, and all the other allied disciplines that are in the built environment. And so it's a real call that we should all get together and rebuild the country. And so as Cybid, I think that's one of the things we're very passionate about is collaboration with other organizations and disciplines. As it stands, the reason we're here is because we've got a partnership with CAD4ALL, and we're collaborating to do something new in the industry. So that's a bit of an introduction of what happened yesterday and where we are today. So that being said, the policy document on the regulation of the BEP, in 1994, Mr. J. Khadebe, he appointed a forum, and this forum comprised various stakeholders. And the whole point of this was basically to review the existing regulation of the built environment professions and all the other allied disciplines. And the main purpose of this, they said, was to basically foster good governance. And so you have to ask yourself, is that happening today? Have they fostered good governance in the professions? Number two, they wanted the built environment professions to be accessible to all South Africans. And obviously, we'll know that this comes from a background of the barrier into entry into the professions for other race groups, Africans, Indians, etc. And so part of the goal was to make sure that everybody could now access these professions in the country. And this was then to facilitate the process of redeveloping the country. And so that's the main goal of this, of the reviewing of the policy document. And so the document then puts forth a few things that I think are of that are very significant in terms of the professional in South Africa. And for us here as architectural professionals, I want to bring it home to us and not say it's and not necessarily leave it broad for everyone. But in terms of us, the document says that professional expertise in South Africa is a national asset, you know, and this asset should be managed as such. It's a scarce resource. It's a valuable resource. And what does that mean? You know, obviously, it's an asset because there's so much construction that needs to happen in South Africa, and we have a backlog of infrastructure projects. And I think it's not hard to see if you go around the country that where the need is for infrastructure projects. And so the idea that the government had was that, look, the best way to deal with this backlog and to rebuild the country is to employ professionals. And of course, this is not rocket science, because that's exactly what the apartheid government did. They employed professionals to build the country. But the problem is they only built certain areas, you know. And I was saying, we're having a conversation about this yesterday. And I was saying, you know, if the apartheid government had developed the whole country equally, we would be in a much better position today. In fact, I made the bold statement, and I want to make it today also, that most probably would be like America if that's what had happened, you know. But now we are where we are, and we are now tasked with that task to take that vision forward, at least in my estimation. And so the document further states that this expertise is a source that is renewable. So it can be renewed, although it is subject to degradation. And so standards need to be maintained, of course. And that's why universities have to have accreditation and all of that. But I think part of what they were saying was, you know, I think there was a worry during the 1994 transition that with now the influx of, let's say, the previously disadvantaged people who are not allowed to get into these professions, if they all came in an unstructured manner, what would happen with the standards? You know, would they be watered down? And look, we are facing problems in the profession, especially the architectural profession. Some of us might be aware, some of us might not be aware. But one of the problems that it's a perceived problem. I don't know if it's necessarily a problem, but a lot of the architects are complaining that the draftspeople are setting their fees too low. And so, you know, people are not able to compete, you know, with these low prices. And there's a perspective that the people who are charging really low prices are bringing the profession into disrepute, and they're devaluing the profession. I don't know what you guys think about that. Has anyone come across that? First time you're hearing that? Okay, so it is, there is quite a hoo-ha in the industry about that. And obviously you can imagine if you were tendering, okay, so this is what usually happens. A client will come into my office and they'll say, for example, they need a house, 3-bedroom, whatever, and I'll do a quote for them. And then what they'll do is they'll take your quote to another guy and say, can you do this for me cheaper? Or can you do this for me for this price? And they'll actually say the price. And so what clients do, they take people's proposals and they use it to negotiate better prices. And so that's something that's happening. And so this results in other professionals being undercut. So that's one side of it. But the other side for me is that, look, the economy in South Africa is unequal. And if you think about the most expensive suburb here in Cape Town, and you think about maybe a township area, do you think it would work to charge the exact same fees in both these environments? Do we think it would work? Can you charge the same fees in Khayelitsha and what's the most expensive suburb here in Cape Town? Clifton. Yeah, would you charge the same fees as a professional? So you'll find that sometimes, okay, well, there's a square meter rate. I don't know where it came from. People do the square meter rate. And let's say they'll charge for a house 5,000 Rand. Would you charge 5,000 Rand in the suburb where you're building a triple-story house that's an upmarket building with, the full, all the bells and whistles? And so we have that, obviously in the township, we all know that there's economic disparity and people are struggling. And so obviously you have to cater for that market. But now what happens when the people working in that market start bringing those fees, to the upmarket area? And that's sort of the challenge that we're facing. And it's going to become more and more of a challenge as we go along, unless we start to talk about it and deal with it, accordingly. So the document further states that the expertise, professional expertise, are of intrinsic value because of the role that they play in socio-economic development. And so professional skills are key in socio-economic development. You need the architect, you need the engineer, you need the project manager, you need the contractor, etc., etc. These are all the people who play a part in construction and in development. And so obviously these skills are very valuable and they are scarce in South Africa. And more we're losing these skills because the government, is not really assisting the industry and South Africa as a whole because of various things that we know are happening in the country. And so because socioeconomic development and improvement of the quality of life in South Africa requires, well, in 1994, it required priority of attention. But I think even today, socioeconomic development is still very critical. It still requires a lot of attention. There are still people living in RDP houses. How many of us here have been into an RDP house? Anyone? Only one person's been in an RDP too. Well, maybe you should take a tour and go see what it looks like, RDP house, and those type of neighborhoods and spaces, what they look like and how the people live. It's not a good quality life. And so part of our responsibility, is to intervene in this type of development. In fact, when we looked at the presentation yesterday, we were still, well, the lady who wrote that article was shocked that after 25 years, we were still perpetuating, RDP developments, low quality spaces, building neighborhoods that were, there's no amenities, there's no shopping complexes, there's no parks for children to play. It's just a dormant neighborhood where people go to sleep in a matchbox house, and this is 28 years after democracy, this is still happening. So that being said, socioeconomic development and improvement of the quality of life in South Africa still requires priority attention. And because of that, professional expertise needs to be nurtured. It really needs to be elevated to a high value status, and professional standards need to be maintained. Professional services need to reach all communities. And now when you talk about professional expertise reaching all communities, we will then start to understand, when we look at the next slide, or the coming slides, why the regulation needed to be revised. And so part of it is that the revision of the system for the built environment was necessitated so that we could constructively engage the professions in the reconstruction and the development of this new democratic country that we had envisioned now in the RDP. And so, look, there was this new ideal, the rainbow nation, everybody was going to be equal, we're going to integrate everything, we're going to live together, happy families. And so for that to happen, we needed to engage all the professions in rebuilding this rainbow nation. And so this meant that there needed to be changes in legislation and laws, and there needed to be changes in the policy framework of the country so that certain limitations could be taken away from certain groups, and so that the functions of the existing councils would now serve the development of the country. And so what this means is that obviously when you talk about representation, you're talking about everybody having the opportunity to be able to work in the built environment, which wasn't the case in the past. And so we've been having this discussion with various people, and especially one of the guys who's a board member at CIBID, and we've been interrogating what the government has been doing in the past few years, which is mostly pushing the agenda of equality of outcome. Everybody needs to be equal in outcome. And unfortunately, this doesn't work because we are not equally endowed with skills, with brains. So we can't necessarily have the same outcome unless we are equal in firstly, in opportunities. So what we've been saying, the government should provide equality of opportunity and not try to force that everyone should have the same outcome, because we can't. I mean, we've been exposed differently. If I've grown up in Khayelitsha and you've grown up in Clifton, obviously you're going to have different opportunities. And so our opportunities are informed by our background, where we come from, and we're having quite a interesting discussion with the guys here about how Cape Town is set up and how there's different pockets of where money comes from. And gentleman was talking about, was it Germans, Afrikaner, British? That's where there's different pockets of these groups where the money is coming from and where the investment is coming from. And obviously those groups have better opportunities, than, he didn't say Germans, he said, Germans and Jewish people. So you'll find that these groups that are well established and have the money have different opportunities. And I'm not faulting them for that, but what I'm saying is your background and where you come from and where you grow up will inform your opportunities. And that's why it's very important that even here at a varsity level, you need to network with the people that you're with. And we're having that discussion with the gentleman sitting there with a cap, that you need to network because you never know what will become of the person sitting next to you. Maybe they're the next Elon Musk, and maybe if you had become good mates at varsity, you'd get an opportunity because they know you. And so that's very important. So part of this, I would say, now that we have universities and schools that are integrated, people are being exposed now to great opportunities because of the friends they make and because of the people they're around. And so that's what we're talking about in terms of equality of opportunity. And that's why the RDP was talking about desegregating education, healthcare, and that sort of thing. So that's very important. And so because of that, what happened is now the function and the objective of the existing councils changed. And this is not just it, there's other things that change, but I'm just looking at the function and objective of the councils. And now what was emphasized by the government was that the new regulation needed to ensure that the application of policy by councils for professionals was done in the following areas, and specifically in registration. So it says the principles for registration of different classes and of professionals, candidates, and specified categories needed to be looked at. Okay, so you guys might be aware or not aware that in the past you only used to have two categories. It was the architects and it was the draftspersons. And so because now of the perceived need for professionals to engage in the construction of South Africa, what the government decided through this document, which we say is the preamble to Act 44 of 2000, as anyone familiar with Act 44 of 2000, the Architects Act. Okay, so the Architects Act basically outlines, what the architectural profession is about. And so we've been having this discussion, and one of the board members at CYBIT is very passionate about this. And he's been saying, but wait a minute, the Architects Act of 44, Architects Act of 2000, Act 44, is exactly the same as the Apartheid Act of 1970. And the only thing that's changed there is just they've added those categories of registration, but it's exactly the same. And so we were saying, then how can we be governed by an apartheid document? That was his argument. And well, it's a fair argument, but my stance on that is that, well, in every situation, I think we always need to look at whether something works or not. We need to interrogate, does that act work? And with these new amendments, has it become better for everyone? And I think it has become better. The act has become better. I'm not a fundi on it, and I can't say that it's 100% good for everyone, but it does work. It has worked in the past. unfortunately, it may have been used in some situations in a negative way. So that being said, the categories of registration are first introduced in Act 44 of 2000. We now, for the first time, see the architect, senior technologist, architectural technologist, and then draftsperson in that act. And Act 44, or the intention of Act 44, is outlined in this policy document of 1999. Why is it that we needed to have Act 44? And the reason we needed to have Act 44 was to enable the participation of various groups in South Africa in the professions. Also, it was also a way to also enable people who came from previously disadvantaged backgrounds to come into the profession and have a way to develop and move up. Because obviously these people, some of them hadn't been to university, they weren't allowed to go and study to be architects. And most of them had to learn on the job under a mentor or whatever. Most of them were apprentices. And so the only way for them to move up was through the recognition of experience and prior learning in a work environment. And so for the first time, Act 44 provides now that the draftsperson can upgrade to a technologist, and a technologist can upgrade to a senior technologist, and a senior technologist can upgrade to an architect. To some extent, I've been through this process because when I studied at university, I studied the National Diploma in Architectural Technology at the NMMU, and I graduated and I started working. And then later on, I realized, no, man, I need to go back to school. I need to make more money. And I went back and I did my BTech. And then after a year or two, I went back and I did my master's and finally upgraded to being a full architect. And so having now those categories allows for a person to start from the bottom and move up to architect. But now here's the contention. It seems like it's a bit more difficult if you don't do it at a university or at an institution of higher learning. It's more difficult for you to move up the ladder with experience. And that's something that we've been talking about, or we've been actually criticizing SACAP in terms of that they haven't done enough to ensure that the disadvantaged people who don't have the university opportunities can use their experience to move up the ladder. One gentleman, another group that I'm on, was talking about this, that in Britain, what happens is after 10 years of you working as a draftsman or technologist, you get automatically upgraded to the next category. And he was saying, why aren't we doing that in South Africa? Well, it's something to think about, but I don't know why we're not doing it, but it's something to think about. And what I'm saying is we need to have these engagements and these conversations of why is it that things are the way that they are. And so that's a bit of why the categories came into place. But another reason was to make sure that all communities had professionals in them, because you can appreciate that an architect who's doing work in Clifton is not necessarily interested in doing work in the township. There's not enough income there. At best, or most times, what you're gonna be doing is basically doing extensions to RTPs. And I don't think many people want to spend their whole lives doing extensions to RDPs or doing carports or garage extensions, you know. But someone needs to meet that need. There needs to be a professional doing that. And so a lot of the draftsmen are working in these type of markets and technologists. And so I think in terms of that, the government was spot on in creating these categories to meet the different needs of different markets, because as I said before, in South Africa, we have these different economies, you know, living side by side, and we have these different neighborhoods living side by side. And so, yeah, so I've covered that in talking about the proximity. Professionals need to be present in all communities, or at least close to communities, so that you don't have to go out of your neighborhood in order to find a professional, you know. And also, obviously, it has to be financially within reach of the people living in that space. And so this was very important in terms of creating the different classes of professionals. And while we may criticize it, and I mean there's a fair enough space to criticize it, because it can obviously be abused, in the sense that we aware, well, all of us who are here, of the identification of works. Do we know the IDOW and how it breaks down the work for the different classes or different categories of registration? Okay, in a nutshell, what happens is that the IDOW breaks down what the different categories the type of work the different categories can do. And now there's been a real contention with the new IDOW, which is taking away work from draftspersons. In the future, when draftspersons come out of school, all they'll be able to do is boundary walls and parkings and stables, something like that. And so we've been actually fighting this as CYBID, that wait a minute, then what incentive are you giving to students to study architecture, to become draftspersons and technologists, if you're limiting them in this way? You know, because currently draftspersons are doing houses, you know, and they're very competent to do houses and other types of projects. But now that scope of work is being taken away from them. And what we're saying, we think that is wrong. And so the IDOW is good because it regulates the profession. However, it can be used to reserve work for a certain group. And we will all appreciate that the architect gets the full scope of work. They can do anything and everything within their competence, you know. But the senior and the technologist and the draftsperson, they are limited to an extent according to the category. And so that's something that I think we need to really think about as professionals and engage on. The IDOW is coming into law at the end of this month. And the LSD, which is the Limited Special Dispensation, which was opened up by SACAP for draftspersons who are working outside of their lawful scope, who are doing projects that are only reserved for senior technologists and architects, have been given the opportunity to submit those projects to SACAP. And if they get approval that they are competent to do that work, then they'll be allowed to continue doing that work, even though it's out of their scope. However, if you haven't registered to do the LSD, if you haven't applied for the LSD, and the IDOW comes into law and the window closes for the application of LSD, it will be illegal for you to do that work. And so we've been talking about that and been basically saying that to some extent, it's really not fair And we're busy now working and are going to further engage SACAP with regards to that. Because in essence, as we said before, SACAP is there to enable everybody to participate in the profession and to grow. And no one should be limited except by their own abilities in the type of work that they can do. And so let me leave that there because of time. In closing, I'm just gonna give a couple of pointers or a couple of ideas that I think are interventions that we can apply as professionals in our own everyday work. And some of this stuff comes from the thesis that I did for my master's in architecture, where I looked at how to address the legacies of colonialism and apartheid. And so I used Mthatha, my hometown, as the case study. And so when I was busy with that, I got to read the National Development Plan of 2012. And in reading that, I realized that, well, the government has put it into law what needs to be done. However, the planning legacies of apartheid are still continuing and they have not been addressed. If you look here, the government says in the NDP that spatial justice, which is the historic policy of confining groups to limited space, as in ghettoization and segregation, and the unfair allocation of public resources between areas, has not been reversed. The government knows this for 28 years. Spatial quality, the aesthetic and functional features of housing and the built environment have not been improved to create livable, vibrant, and valued spaces that allow for access and inclusion of all people. And the problem with not creating valued spaces is that what happens is you build these supposedly nice projects, but what do people do? They vandalize them and they don't get used because, well, the government hasn't consulted the people on what they need and what will bring the most value to their lives. The third point, spatial efficiency. Urban sprawl perpetuates inefficient commuting patterns and circulation of goods and services, especially for the poor. So what we continue to see is that we're still building RDPs on the outskirts of the urban form or urban line. And why are we doing that? We're taking the poorest of the poor people and we're putting them on the edge of the cities, and now they have to take 2 or 3 taxis in order to access, amenities and all the rightful things that they should get as citizens. And so it's much costly, and these are the people who don't have the money, and now they have to pay high costs in traveling to work. Some of them need to travel to the suburbs and to town to work, and they're paying big money on small salaries. And so why are we continuing to do this? Jua suggests that the fragmentation resulting from apartheid planning should be addressed by integration. And I think CAD4ALL has these integrated courses, which I think do cover some of this. And so Jua talks about land use to break down separation and provide mixed use functional patterns. So instead of just building RDPs or building a neighborhood of RDPs or a dormant neighborhood with no shops or with no neighborhood amenities, we should have mixed use when we build the RDPs, there should be some commercial developments in that area. Those people shouldn't have to commute to town just to get bread, you know. That should be integrated into those developments. And I think we can learn from the private sector. They've done that very well in the estates and in the new developments of suburbs. However, the government is struggling, you know, to do that and to create quality spaces for people. And these are the people who need them the most. And so Jua talks about decentralizing economic and social opportunity, which is what I'm saying is when you build the RDP houses or when you build social houses, social housing, there needs at least to be a shopping complex there for people to use, or it should be designed in such a way that people can create their own businesses there and supply their own needs and not have to come into the CPD. Public transportation, also that needs to be looked at. Using taxis is not the best form of transportation. And so that needs to be addressed. Places of employment and places of residence should come together. Wood suggests in his proposal in Gauteng that we should prevent sprawl. And so instead of having these spaces that separate the poor and the rich, we should, in those spaces in between, build infill projects, you know, whereby the poor and the rich can meet in the middle, even if it's commercial developments, you know. Currently, well, the way the apartheid government structured development was that they built railway lines and highways deliberately to separate poor areas from rich areas. And sometimes they'll use a golf estate or golf course to separate, or they'll use natural features like forests, or just have a huge open space of land, which you now see people are appropriating those spaces and building shacks on them. Whereas the government is supposed to facilitate some sort of intervention in those spaces so that those spaces become useful spaces that are integrated, instead of, let's say, moving the poor to the urban periphery. What we do is we invest in building proper social housing that is self-sustainable with the right commercial facilities, and we can move people there and they can work and live there and improve their lives. So mixed use development in favor of people instead of cars. So we build neighborhoods where people don't have to buy a car in order to get around. They can walk in the neighborhoods, they can use their bicycle, etc. So we need to develop neighborhoods that are amenable to how people live and that improve the quality and the standard of life of people. As we said yesterday, participation is key. You need to know what the people need. We, as architectural professionals and government, we shouldn't assume that we know best what the people need. We should actually go into the places, do the research, understand exactly what their needs are, understand what they're already doing and how we can support and assist them in improving their lifestyles. And so this is called the bottom-up approach. And this type of approach needs to be holistic in its orientation. And Watson and Akbola, they talk about this, and they say the gap between what planning students were taught and the urban realities, there is a gap between the two. We get taught one thing at school, but when we come into practice, we find that what we've been taught is more or less very idealistic, and we're actually dealing with something drastically different in actual life. And so architecture needs to find a way to marry the realities of what's happening on the ground with what we're being taught. The other thing that we need is to be flexible and supportive, and enabling in the way we approach design. And this basically means that, you know, we as architectural professionals have our own ideals, and we have our aesthetic requirements, and we want to do nice projects that look nice to the eye and that can win awards. But that's not necessarily what communities need. And so sometimes we have to be a bit more flexible, you know, and create infrastructure that actually serves a purpose, and not infrastructure that is just a glorifying of our own egos, that I'm a good architect and look at what I designed. It actually needs to be useful, and it actually needs to improve the lives of the people. And that's why you find that in South Africa, there's a lot of what we call these white elephant projects. Government builds projects for communities, and those projects or those buildings don't get used because it's not what the people need. Instead, they end up vandalizing them. I don't know if anyone has come across such projects. And so we as architectural professionals need to intervene on this and try to find more useful ways to engage with the problems that we find in South Africa. And so in closing, I'll just read this out and then open for questions if there's any. What they say is that another key driver to reverse the legacies of the apartheid system lies in actions instituted to provide support in a flexible manner that takes context into consideration, supports local initiative, and fosters an enabling environment, right? So you need to think about where you're working. You need to think about, how can I support the people who I'm doing this project for, and how will this project enable the people to develop themselves and grow incrementally over time. So without such actions to change the negative perceptions and improve the devastating conditions which the residents have inherited, very few of the actions instituted to reverse the appalling socioeconomic situation will be successful. And that's what we see. Without success in the sphere, the poverty will remain unchanged. And that's what we see. The keynotes, therefore, represent a framework, not freestanding elements. They are inseparable critical aspects, without which the aims of this process will prove elusive. And so these keystones, as I said, is basically a bottom-up approach. Think about the people first. Public participation, you should consult the people, or we should consult the people and let them participate in the resolving or bringing about the solution that we want to design for them. And also, we need to come there with a flexible mindset that we are not here to impose what we think is right or what we've been taught, but we are here actually to support the people that we're serving and enable them to have access to a better quality of life. And that will be the end. Thank you very much. Any comments, questions?
I have a question, more out of curiosity. If an RDP house had to be redeveloped now and improved, where would the people living in that house currently, or that building, where would they live while it's being refurbished or improved?
Okay, so the question that I would pose to you is that when you're doing an addition to a normal house, where do the people live who are in that house?
But in the case where the whole house has to be redone.
Where the whole house has to be redone.
Having an alternative sort of like container sort of moves with each project. They can sort of inhabit and use while they're busy with building or something.
Well, it's a difficult one, because I don't think at any point would it be possible or viable to say let's move everybody out and redo all those RDPs, you know. But what happens in actual life is that, and I've done some additions to RDPs, you know, uh, the family lives there while the house is getting built. So you have to design it in such a way that it can be done in phases, you know, and people can move to one side of the building. And then when you're done with this side, they can move to the other side of the building. That's what usually happens, because it's not like those people can afford to stay at a hotel or B&B, or we can afford to give them, you know, temporary housing, unless it was a massive government intervention. But what I've come across is usually just people who are doing their own renovations and revamps and additions to their RDP houses. Some will move to friends or family, but most people actually stay in the house while it's being built, unfortunately. Sure, go ahead.
So I think I remember in Fulani, what they done was, so on the list, the brand new houses, on the list, all the houses, and it's already moving once they sign off for inspector and occupancy.
Sure.
And there were certain blocks where they put temporary structures up, to batches of 178, move that. So say I had a shack on a plot, and I was on a block, all of us moved to the temporary structures, and we built the houses and moved back into one like that.
Sure.
It was in Fulani, 2017.
So that's like a major government intervention. Yeah. Yeah, so that would be in the case of a major government intervention where they would have that type of funding in order to do that. But normally, you know, it's a very difficult thing to manage. Do we have any other comments, questions? Yes.
Hi, Mr. President. Hope you can hear me from back here.
Yes, I can hear you.
I just wanted to ask, with regards to SACAP and them incrementally decreasing the work given to draftsmen and what they are allowed to do, do you think it's possible that SACAP is trying to make the type of draftsperson obsolete and trying to take it away as an official title?
Well, it's not obvious to me, but that's a possibility. If they are trying to do that, I think they're doing it in a very bad way, because I would then say, if they were trying to do that, then they should upgrade all the draftsmen to technologists and then do away with it. Now, what's happening is we still have students who are studying to become draftspersons. And so when they come into the profession, what work are they going to do? You know, so what's going to happen now? What's going to happen during the time where they haven't done away with the category draftsperson? You know, and so I don't think it's necessarily a good idea to do away with that category, because some people only have that option to start from. You know, it's like now raising the bar, then, which means you're going to leave some people behind, because not everyone's going to be able to do a national diploma, which is what you need to do in order to become a technologist. There are still a lot of people who are going to the TVET colleges, who are doing certificates, multidisciplinary drafting, and all of that sort of thing. And so what work are they going to do? So I think if SACAP is trying to do that, it's a very bad idea.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Mr. President, I just want to bring to the attention of all the students here. Look at the references, my people. Look at them. Do you have that many references in your work? But anyway, that's just a side note. Mr. President, on the advice that you've been giving to students in general, what do you think these students that are here should do to bolster themselves for their career going forward? Because a lot of them that are sitting here are going to be in industry in the next month's time, or 2 months. What advice would you give these upcoming agents of change?
number one, join Cybid and become a member. That's number one. But I think number two is that, look, the one thing, I only got to understand later was that learning never ends, the pursuit of competence is an ongoing thing. So there's a story that I like about this one martial arts story about the black belt. And so this guy was busy with his martial arts training, and now he was at a point where now he was going to get the black belt. And so he came to his sensei, and the sensei asked him, before I bestow this black belt upon you, you need to tell me what is the meaning of the black belt. So I'll cut to the chase and tell you the answer. And he said the meaning of the black belt, it represents the beginning of your work, and it's a never-ending pursuit of an ever higher standard. And so even when I got my master's, that dawned on me that this is the beginning of a new part of my professional development. I now need to not only maintain the existing standard that I had, but now I need to actually elevate my standard, in line with this new black belt that I have. I need to perform at that level. And so as you come into the profession, it's the beginning of new learning. And so you have to be open to that. And you have to be open to the fact that you might not get the opportunities that you dreamed of right away. And you need to start with what you have. That's what I've learned. Start where you are, take advantage of what you have, and build from there. And don't stop your professional development. Till today, I'm still in that pursuit, and I've been very fortunate to have mentors, spiritual and in business and in my career. I haven't had enough architectural mentors, but at least I've had some. And so I've been very aggressive in my pursuit of mentorship and competence, to the extent that even now at Cybid, even now as the president of Cybid, I still see this as my professional development, because recently I started to do public speaking and doing workshops. And I think this is another part of my professional development that I'm pursuing. And the one thing that I saw is that, look, in fact, the one thing that I learned from a gentleman called Jordan Peterson is that you don't need to be the best at something, but you need to start doing it, even if you do it badly. And that's very important. Doing something, even if you're not the best at it when you start, and then grow from there. So I would say that would be my best advice, because I don't have a concrete solution, but if you apply that, you're willing to learn and change and pivot with the times, then ultimately that dream that you thought you would receive immediately, you will reach it at some point. It may take a year for some, it may take 5 for some, it may take 10 years. For me, it's taken over 10 years to get to where I am and to build my business. And I'm still not where I want to be. So that would be my advice.
Thank you, Mr. President. Sorry, Mr. President, I know that I'm cutting into your lunchtime now.
No worries. Good.
So earlier in the presentation, you said that you feel that SACAP could do more to help the people that weren't as privileged in their career. And I myself, I believe in equity over equality, meaning that instead of everyone getting the exact same opportunities or help or support, then everyone gets support, but the people that aren't as privileged, they get more support because they need it. So how do you think SACAP could be more equitable?
That's a hard question, eh? And maybe Akhil will help me with this. But you spot on with that in terms of equality of opportunity, because there's a picture which I wish I could show you now, which shows like 3 people.
On the crates.
Yeah, on the crates. And what it shows is that if you all gave them like the same size crate, the one who already had the opportunities, or the taller one, will be able to see, because okay, it's a tall guy, semi to average, and a short guy. And so if you all give them the same size crates, the tall guy gets to see over the fence, and the guy in the middle is like just there, and the short guy he can't see anything. Yeah, that's me. And so what then in the other picture they put 3 crates for the short guy, and he gets to see over the fence, and they give the average guy 2, and he gets to see, and the tall guy is standing on the ground, and he can still see. And so there's different interventions, and I don't have necessarily the answers on exactly what those interventions need to be, but I think we can agree that we need to find a way to give all people equal opportunity. And the BEE has been an attempt at that, but unfortunately, it's been very badly implemented, and it's been now vulnerable to corruption and all of that. So that was one way that the government tried to give equality of opportunity. Before, there was also within the BE system a roster system. So if you signed up to be on the database, then the work would be rotated around that database. So I think that also could be a good option to go back to. If you sign up on the database, everybody gets an equal chance to do the work. And so I would say then what we would then do is we look, everybody would have to submit, hopefully honestly, what their standing is, and what their previous opportunities have been, and then opportunities could be distributed according to that. For instance, if you already established and you've been doing work and you are privileged to be able to be in that position, you won't get priority to the person who needs the work more. Or it can be set up in such a way, which this was tried, but it's not working, that the guys who are established should try and develop the guys who are not established. Unfortunately, the companies are not doing that, and that was also done through BEE. It hasn't really worked properly. And so I think maybe we need to go back to the drawing board, and I think you must hold that question, so that when we start with the podcast that we're doing with CAD4ALL, we can have a discussion on the options that we can look at, and we can start to maybe break down why the BE has failed, why the roster system became corrupt, and why the established companies don't want to mentor and develop the growing companies or whatever. So we can talk about it and see what sort of conclusions we can come to, and then try and propose what an intervention could be. I don't know if that answers you.
No, it does. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay. I guess that's it then. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. President. If there are any other questions, you're welcome to speak to the president outside in the exhibition space. For those joining online, we're just going to have a quick lunch break, and then we will be back to say how the rest of the day is going. We've still got one more talk from Imran, the 3D filament creators, and then we will start wrapping it up for the day. Thank you.
Like my talk, because it was so boring. I was like so monotone.
All right, to everybody who has joined us online, we've had a slight change of plan for the rest of the afternoon. Unfortunately, the weather here in Cape Town has made a turn to the south. So a few of our last guests could unfortunately not make it. There were a few accidents on the road and people stuck in traffic. So we're going to be calling the online stream a little bit earlier. Thank you very much for everybody who has been tuning in and taking the time to view the live stream for the last 3 days. We really appreciate your time. Please do share the video with your friends and colleagues and family who you know may have any interest in any of the speakers. In the next coming days as well, all of the speakers' details will be available on the website as well as on the Facebook pages. So if you have any questions for them and you need to get hold of them, we'll have all of those details of the speakers and the exhibitors there. So from the CAD4ALL Architecture Design Build Expo 2022, thank you very much for tuning in, and we look forward to seeing you next year. Thank you.